った僕は誰よりも高く飛べるんだから、こんなところで黙ってたらなくしたものが輝かなくなる。君がどこか迷った時に僕の心もさまよっていたら見つけてあげられないんだ。優しさだけじゃなくその強さも分かってるんだ。夜明けの遠さ最高到達点にまで一気に駆け抜けてゆくから、yeah、麻痺して笑ってるならもうあの日々の痛みも過去だから、多分世界を敵にしながら崩れそうな足が踏みとどまる、yeah、あと少しだけ動いてくれ、さあ復活で目覚めの時が来た今。 If you're gonna do it, then 他にの主義が Everybody just talk, nobody really do it なんならやるまでしとけよ秘密に誰かと確認なんて不要自分のジャッジだけで break the walls Don't have that faith やろうより cool リローに prove them wrong I'm giving up fighting my life Cause my life is living for love I'm giving up fighting my life Standing off the roof on time Going to realize your feelings When times get too hard Night and day fading Going to realize your feelings There's no time to play It's a feeling Oh yeah Oh, nothing is for real. That's how you make me feel. Gotta be something in love. Pick up my wasted time. God might understand. Nobody can hold me down. I'm giving up fighting my life. 'Cause my life is
Hello, hello, hello. What is up, medic? It is, your boy. Yeah, we're having a, stream. Let me turn this down a little bit just in case. Not sure how loud this is, but down a little. We're doing something different today. Today is gonna be my first software development stream. We are going to be building a little bit of software for Twitch stuff. Specifically, this page that I already have up here. Oh, you guys can't see the mouse cursor, can you? Can I fix that? Would like the cursor to... Oh, it says capture cursor. Do I have to be focused on it for it to... Ah, I do. Okay. Authorization code grant flow. For anybody who doesn't know what this means, this is all going to sound like gibberish. How flat them glasses, what colors you want, any accessory besides the glasses. Well, these glasses that I'm currently wearing are very flat. Because they're literally like a 2D image, basically pasted onto my character. Yeah. I think they are just about that flat, essentially, anyways, because they're not really meant to have any depth to them. Oh my lord, don't start sipping over the character again. Anyways. Building things. I have a problem with Twitch. And that is that for all of my Twitch apps, anytime I use the Twitch API, I have to use one of these four authorization flows. Making slimes. Ah, nice. Well, thank you. But we have to use one of these four authentication flows. How would a slime have ears? I think as a slime, I probably just have the glasses and that's it. Other than that, I'm like a generic slime. I think the glasses are the only thing that, like, would diversify me. I don't know. Maybe like a husky, like... Unless you can do the pattern, I guess, of the colors on the slime. But regardless. I have to do one of these four things. But... It has this line at the top, which tells you where you can use each of these, right? Here's the client credentials flow. I don't know. This one? This flow, for apps that don't use a server, such as client-side, JavaScript, or mobile apps. I make almost exclusively client-side JavaScript apps. This is what I do. Whenever possible, I avoid using a server. The problem is that this is all that I get back from Twitch whenever I get a token using this method. there's no refresh token here. And what that means is I have to send you to the login page that they have like an example URL here for every single time that I want to get a new token. These tokens expire just about every 2 months. So when I first started developing for Twitch, I followed this and didn't really question it much. And then figured out that every 2 months I had to have everybody re-log into all of their shit. And it was not great. It kind of sucked ass, actually. But the other option is basically this right here, authorization code flow. With this one, you have to have a server that can securely store a secret and can make server-to-server requests. So this isn't for just a client-side JavaScript app. I didn't use this one before because I didn't have a server. I have a server now, and I've basically written this piece of software that I'm writing already. But I added some more features because I was using it for some other stuff. I'm not using it for that anymore. But I'm now trying to move all of my software off of using that server and instead running off of serverless functions. Because I can do this for free, whereas my server cost me $15 a year, which is very cheap, but also makes it very not great. Serverless functions I can do with high performance for free. As long as it stays under a certain amount of requests, but I'm not popular enough to worry about exceeding the like request limits or whatever. So, yeah, that's what we're building. And that starts for Cloudflare with a tool called Wrangler. So we're gonna Wrangler init, and I think that command is actually depreciated. It's gonna tell me that in a second. Yeah, the command is no longer supported. npm create Cloudflare at 2, whatever the fuck, but... Yep, go ahead and install whatever you need. We're gonna install it in this directory that we're currently in. Hello world. We're not using TypeScript. TypeScript is really nice, but I don't want to have... I want to be as close to bare metal as I can be, which JavaScript isn't necessarily good for. I could actually write this in Rust as well, and then I would be closer to bare metal. But I think no matter what, this actually executes your code in Node.js, and so JavaScript is the native language of Node.js. So it's easier to just do that. Do you want to use Git? Yes. Do you want to deploy your application? No. There we go. So now we have our application. The first thing we need to do is set up a binding. I think the only binding that we're going to need is for a key value namespace, because we are only doing one very simple function, so that's all the storage that we need. We get rid of all this other configuration. Goodbye. Don't need it. You can also open up the Cloudflare workers documentation. Da-da-da. Ba-ba-ba-ba. Hey, no, I wanted a new tab, you fuckwit. Can I not have multiple simple browser windows? Look this up. Okay, so apparently I can only have one simple browser tab open at a time. That's disappointing, but regardless, what I want to do now, go to my Cloudflare account, which I'm not going to show you on stream because that would reveal things. I'm going to go to my workers. I'm going to go to my KV, create a new namespace. Just call Twitch or Proxy add. And then I just need to take this ID, put it into here. Binding is going to be called config. What I always call it, basically. The rest of these we don't need. So, I have a simple key value store that I can use now. With a serverless function, you don't have access to a file system, you don't have access to anything, basically. You're just a piece of code running in the fucking cloud somewhere, you don't even know where. And so these bindings are the only way that you're going to be able to store any kind of data. But now that we have that, we have our hello world here. Get rid of that. And we are going to start by opening up that documentation page again that was on before. Browser. Slowly. Where'd it go? Twitch authentication. Here we go. Authentication flows, authorization. Oh, here we go. Colorblind, yeah, I am partially colorblind. I have, well, I say I'm partially colorblind. I have a very rare type of colorblindness. It's like the second rarest behind, the one where you can only see black and white. I can see all the colors. They're all just a little bit off for me. It's kind of like the color wheel is shifted, but only just slightly. So, like, most of the time, you wouldn't know that I'm colorblind. Because I identify the same, like, red and green look the same to me as they always did. But, if you have a color that's, like, between green and blue, I'll probably see it as more green than you would. So, I'm just slightly colorblind. The bigger difference is with contrast. So, I see less colors than everyone else does as well. And that's where the bigger difference is for me. So yeah. Colors are a thing. Which fits great with my lore because I'm a dog. Dogs are also colorblind. Although I don't know what kind of colorblindness dogs have. I also have some food in front of me, so... if I just stop moving for a little bit... Probably because I'm chowing down. I just got home from work, so... I was developing while I was at work, and I decided I wanted to keep going once I got home. I was not tired enough to go to sleep yet. Shit, I got some hamburger helper with some mac and cheese in there. Gucci. I don't know what hamburger helper is. I just know that when my sister makes it, it's meat and it's mac and cheese. Pretty good. Red green for dogs, interesting. Okay, so we need to, this part we'll implement in a browser module later. Right now, we're concerned about this request right here. We need to, where is it? Code, client ID. Oh no, yeah. So this is that. They'll send back the code. And here we go, using the authorization code to get a token. This is the URL that we want to proxy. So, knowing that, we can immediately start with this being our base path. We can copy that. And... oh, you know what else we're going to do? We're going to add... function make response body next. Why is this? Alright, because it's a class, we don't include the function thing, we just do that. JavaScript is weird. I use this make response thing instead of just building a response normally because there are some headers that I want to send on every response, essentially. Including, or actually, I think I might only need to do it on prefetch. So let me try to go without it first of all. If request dot fuck, I need to look up the called workers reference. Requests. The request includes the header, or no, the method string. So if request.method is options, whenever your browser makes basically a non-standard request to a website, it will first do an options request, which it's basically asking the website what kind of requests it's allowed to make. And when it does this, we want to return new fonts. We don't need any type of body. We need headers. And access control. Oh, we have to use has to be a string because the names that we need to put in here are not compatible with JavaScript's variable names. So access control allow. This is basically the whole whole enchilada. Allow headers. Well, the first thing we're going to do, access control allow origin. And that's just going to be the star symbol to say that any website is allowed to access this server. And then we'll leave that alone and just add things as we go from that point on. So we have our options request done. The last response type we're going to have is just an undefined status 404. So we're going to have a bunch of like if-else statements up here in the middle of the code. And if none of them ever hit a return response, then it'll eventually end up hitting this. And the 404 just tells them whatever the fuck you're looking for, it's not here. So the next thing is if request.path, is that right? Ooh, it's URL. Okay, so we have to first say URL equals new URL fonts, no, request.url. And we're doing this so that we can parse out the different parts of the URL, because request.url is just a string, but the URL object splits it up into all its different parts for us, makes it easier to process. And now we can say if url.pathname is this little string that we were looking for earlier. Oops, that's the wrong thing. I should close that. So, if this is the path we're going to, which means we're proxying this request right here. Normally when you send this request, you need to send it with a client ID and with your client secret. But in our case, we're going to be receiving the request without the client secret because that needs to be kept secret. So we can't put it in the code of the app that everyone else uses. The server has to only be the one that knows this secret. So the way that we're going to achieve that is actually before we get to parsing the URL, because the options method is the only one that you're going to be doing without authentication. From this point on, authentication is required. So we can do that right here. The next step. Oh, I just ripped a fat one. I mean to go take a shit in a bit, actually. Authentication. We need to know headers. Okay. For sure. So, they need to have the authentication header. How did I learn to code? Basically by doing what I'm doing now, just by coding. By reading pages like this that tell you how to do everything. This page is particularly terrible for learning from. However, most documentation pages... Actually, documentation pages tend to be pretty bad. But there's lots of example pages on websites like Stack Overflow.
You must make sure that you do not appear here again. Bailiff, whack his pee-pee.
What's up, Blade? But yeah, on pages like Stack Overflow or on the W3C website, W3C being the website that creates web standards, so they define the languages and stuff. Actually, they don't define the language as much, but for making websites, or coding for websites, your best resource is Mozilla's MDN, Mozilla Developer Network, which is a website that documents, like, literally everything about how JavaScript works, and how, like, browsers work in general. They even document other browsers besides Firefox. The Firefox Foundation is an incredible resource for developers. But I actually learned my first coding in Java. And then I moved to other languages and I ended up here. But yeah, it's mostly just from example pages, usually from the language itself that you're learning. So if you want to learn Java, you go to Java's documentation pages and they have examples of how to use different things. And then from there you move on to like Stack Overflow, where they have real-world examples of code, or closer to real-world examples of code. And then from there, you get more specific into like the particular API or library that you're using, and they will usually have examples of the code that you need to use. And if you're paying enough attention, you'll start to put things together and figure out how everything really works. But it's just these different stages of like learning the basics from... Yeah, you have to make sure that you're paying attention to the actual, like, authoritative sources of this information. So Mozilla is an authoritative source of information on JavaScript because they help develop the language. They develop an implementation of the language. Like them and Google, basically, are the two people you would treat as your absolute references for how JavaScript works. And so for Java, that's going to be Oracle, so on and so forth. And then you refer, if they don't have the information you need, you start referring to places like Stack Overflow, where you have a lot of experts in the language that will answer questions. You can ask your own questions there and get answers that way. What you shouldn't do, in my opinion, if you want to learn to code, is to go to random ass blogs or whatever, where people post their own code examples and like how they solved a particular problem, and take that as like the way that it should be done. That's just a way to do it that solved their particular problem. It's the least useful place to get information. It is a place for information that might be useful to you, but it's the last one on the list. You want to go to the other places first. But I was saying authentication. And depending on what you're trying to code and the language, video tutorials on YouTube. Oh, yeah, that's true. A lot of people find that YouTube videos are very helpful. For me, I can't learn anything from a YouTube video. I can't stand it. I have to have the text in front of me so that I can like skip around to the things that I actually need to know. A video is far too like linear for me, I guess. I need all the information at once so I can grab what I need. But for most people, I think for the majority of people, you can look stuff up on YouTube and also learn that way. But now, request.headers is what we are looking for. Headers is going to be a array or dictionary-like object, depending on what language you come from. I call them arrays. I think only like JavaScript or Python have different names for them. I think in most languages they're just called arrays. It's like an associative array or a linked list or whatever you want to call it. But, oh no, linked list is a C++ thing. Regardless. Headers. What is the function? If request.headers.as, I think. Authentication. So the first thing we're checking is if it doesn't have authentication, because that's the simplest computationally like thing that we can check. Another important part of programming is ordering your operations from cheapest to most expensive, time-wise, like CPU time and all that, so that you can quickly get the things out of the way that aren't going to waste your time, basically. Hold on, let me see what you just said. I don't have the chat up. I find it really depends on languages, significant version differences. Language for Game Maker has barely ever changed. A lot of code tutorials for Game Maker Studio are still applicable in 2. Yeah, that's also true. There are languages that, like, in Python, Python had a major change from version, like, 2 to version 3. So Python 2 code doesn't work in Python 3 most of the time. But there's also some Python 3 code that is incompatible across, like, some stuff in Python 3.12 doesn't work in Python 3.10. And vice versa. Some stuff you write in Python 3.10 doesn't work in 3.12. I had that happen when I was using their built-in HTTP server. That's another thing that you have to, like, watch out for, basically. I don't actually know that it has as a function. Let me double check this. Headers. Yeah, it does have a has function. don't have authentication, make a new response. Missing authentication header. Status is, I think, 401. Now I gotta go look up HTTP response codes real quick. MDN HTTP status code. 401 unauthenticated, yeah. 401 is the right error code for that. So now we know that we have the authentication header past this point. What we have to do is verify the authentication header. So in the Twitch API, we want to validate the token that they give us. It also depends on what you have to do to get your development programs working. If it's purely download, run this installer update, maybe grab this one thing you need for Windows. Yeah, Windows tends to need specific things because, like, every other popular operating system, like Linux, Mac, BSD, are all Unix based, and a lot of things work mostly the same. It's just their binary formats that are different. Windows, fucking everything is different. Pain in the ass. You have to download 3 to 5 things and set them all up separately. Good luck. Just make sure to read everything. Yeah. Some languages can be a real pain in the ass to set stuff up for, but that's why I liked D. D is a language that it's just like, it's an easy language to write in, and then the compiler is simple. Yeah, personally, actually, I'm kind of against IDEs. I think that you're better off learning how to use the command line tools to do all the building and running of your program, and just using a coding text editor like VS Code. So you still get all the, like, code highlighting and everything, but you get the, you know, helpful suggestions for different methods and stuff like that. That's all fine. That's the main thing you do with an IDE, but I say don't run your code, don't build your code with the IDE. Learn to use the command line, because that way you can do a lot more with your build system, and that's an important skill for a developer. A lot of developers, I think, lack that, or at least a lot of indie devs I've seen lack knowledge of their actual build system. They only know how to write code. They don't know how to, like, edit package building and all that other stuff. And it can make distribution a lot easier if you know how to automate it with your build system. Automation is the biggest part of that. If you know how the build system works, you can automate it away so you don't have to fuck with the build system all the time. You just write a build script or whatever, and then you're done. It'll pump out, or not pump out, what's the word? It'll spit out your exe, whatever the fuck, and you can just post that online and you're done. Or you can even have it post it for you with modern tools. But that's a whole other subject. Validating tokens. This URL right here is what we need. Literally all you do is hit that with the authorization header, and then it responds with all the information about the token. So, we say validation equals fetch, not this.fetch, this URL. I'm not sure with initial learning because it's been a while for me, but yeah, if you're coding stuff and stuff doesn't demand the IDE, learn the full process. Yeah. You work on an engine that needs to handle it. Yeah. Game engines, yeah, are a different story. I've never worked with a game engine myself. But I know that generally speaking, when you're making a game, you're going to use a game engine, and it's going to have a specific language and a specific build system that it uses, so you don't have as much freedom to just do whatever you want in the command line like that. Depends on the game engine. Like, a fully featured game engine will work that way, where the game engine itself provides the API and the build system. You can have more bare bones game engines where it just provides, like, an easy graphics library, basically. menu systems and things like that, and then you plug it into an existing build system. C# or JavaScript, yeah, those are the most common ones. C# is especially common because it's basically like it's like Microsoft's version of Java, and it does a lot of things that make development for it. Well, it does a lot of things, but Unity used to work with C++. C++ is a language that I need to learn someday. Well, that's not surprising. Blade, I've been following Blade for a long time. Blade being also a programmer, also having the Gurren glasses. I think me and Blade are fairly alike in many ways. Validation. Yes, we did. Mr. Gallagher himself. I believe. Might be mistaken about that, but regardless. So all we need to send with this validation request is the authentication headers. Without slash, no one would know each other. Yeah, slash is great. I met slash because my friend Scarecrow rated them, and then through meeting slash, I met a bunch of other people. I met Avo, actually, through slash, basically, and then Avo introduced me to, like, everyone else. But I also met a bunch of people through, like, Slash's raids and stuff like that. Request dot headers dot get authentication. You haven't seen Slash stream in a while. Slash Gallagher, he was just live last night, a few hours ago. Now fetch is asynchronous, so this needs to be await. Not only that, but we need to also do with the response, if the response is not okay, return. Oh, you know what? I should do this differently. Using the function chaining asynchronous thing here is not going to be my best option because I want to return from this function. So actually, what I'm going to do, instead of calling this validation, I'm just going to call this response. Then, on this level, C++. Solid language to start learning the concept of coding from, because it's low level enough that you have to learn a lot of the things that are constants in coding. But unless you're developing something that needs C++, you then learn a more applicable language. Well, I don't know about more applicable. I feel like C++ is the universal language. Everything can be written in C++. It's only like when you're using a specific game engine that you'll be forced to use a higher level language, but you could also just write the game in C++ in the first place. The game engine is probably written in C++. And you'll find C++ like extensions you can probably add to your game engine and stuff like that. C++ is like the basis of all modern coding, essentially. Because right below C++ is what, assembly? Or like basic? I know C++ compiles to an assembly language that is specific to your operating system or something like that. I'm a little fuzzy below the C++ level. Jump through a lot of hoops that stuff like C# and Java have built. Yeah. That's the main reason that I don't really fuck with C++. that much is because of the fact that like there's no native or I guess not native, I don't know what the word would be. There's no build system and package management that comes with C++. It's basically all just like scripts and stuff like that. Whereas like with Java, you have Gradle. That is a nice, simple-ish package management system. The Maven repository has a lot of like Java libraries, and you can plug in more repositories to the Maven build system or use Gradle for a more modern language for your build system. For like C#, I don't know what C# has, but for Java, there's like NPM. Yeah, no, of course. I don't expect most people to understand what the fuck I'm talking about in this stream. This is gonna be a bit of a doozy. I don't fuck C++ anymore either. None of that already developed. You can make it. Why? One of the languages are already good on to go on that. Yeah, the only problem for me is that I want to do things that require C++. I want to do operating system level development. They call it system development. System development essentially requires C++, although nowadays they're also having support for Rust. So I might learn Rust instead of C++ and then write all of my system level code in that, because I believe, like, I don't know if Windows already has it, but I know Linux might have already added support for Rust code in the Linux kernel. I want to be able to write like virtual file system drivers and things like that. So for that, you have to go as low as C++. You can't go any higher, basically. You at least have to have something that can compile and link with, well, the distinction between C and C++ is that C is like C with classes, essentially. They're, you can oftentimes use a C++ compiler to compile C code into the same program. I forgot what I was going to say next. If the response, not okay. Personally, I don't know if I'm a huge fan of the fact that fetch doesn't throw an error when a response is not okay. But, this is how we have to handle it. Instead of handling it with a try catch, you have to check the response code before you continue. But whenever the authentication token that they provide us is not valid, we can just straight return Twitch's response and not deal with it any further. And the validation is response.json. A little counterintuitively, I don't know why this is an asynchronous method either, actually, response.json, because you're only working with local data. This doesn't require a network request. So I feel like this should be a synchronous function, but whatever. Some things get hung up on C++ pre-established stuff. Is Xena? I don't know if I know who Xena is. But, so at this point we have the validation data. So we know everything that is in here. We know the client ID, we know the login name, although we're not going to use that. The reason that we're not using... Oh, your cat, I see. The reason that we're never going to use the login name, and that most like anytime you're writing something, you don't want to use login name, you want to avoid it, is because this can change. The user ID is never going to change. So when you're sending like a chat message, you should find out what their login name is, but you should primarily use their user ID to identify them. This is just something pretty for the interface. This is what you use in code. So in this case, we want to know what the client ID is and the user ID is. Actually, specifically, all we need to know is the client ID, because now we're going to retrieve the client secret from our server-side stuff. So now we need to say, you know what? I don't actually know what the AV binding options are here. List keys. I don't want to list keys. I just want to know about a specific key. If the key is not found, premise will resolve with literal value null. So, you can say const client secret equals big.get validation dot client underscore ID. And if client secret is null, then once again we return a response. In this case, we don't need to set the text. We just use code 403. Tell them, hey, we know who you are, but we don't have your secret. You're on the wrong server. So now that we have validation, we have the client secret, we can now relay their original request, which is down here, right here. So the data is going to be in the body that we're looking for. This body is going to be here. They call this, where is it? Form URL encoded or something like that. I don't know what this is meant to represent, but basically, URL encoded is the important part here. This is exactly the format that you would use in a query string parameter for a URL. So we can actually use the parser for that. To parse the information. Now the question is, body is a readable stream, so we need, let me make this a little easier on myself here. I don't think I ever used CTX. Get the fuck out of here. I'm going to add documentation to this for myself. ENV, I don't know. ENV is an object. That's all I'm going to say it is. Or literally just say object ENV. Okay, so now my IDE, my text editor, knows this is a request object that I'm receiving. So I should be able to say request dot in this case could get a form data object. I've not actually used this function before. Ba, ba, ba. Quest body. Quest top form data. And then quest body dot end. Whoops. We need to await this because once again an async function that I think shouldn't be an async function because it's literally just working with local data in memory. There is no reason for this to be await or async. Client underscore ID. No, client secret. We're gonna add the client secret to the form data. Insert the client secret there. And then we are going to make a request to this URL. I'm gonna change response to a let so that I can modify it later. I don't want to have to use a new variable name. I'm done with the previous response, so I'm just gonna reuse the name and say response equals not this.fetch. Stop doing that to me. Fetch this URL. Method is going to be a post. According to, post request. Body is going to be the request body from before. I don't think we need any headers for this. It should just return the information that we need. Oh, you know what? We need to move this around. So this is the only endpoint I think that we need to worry about, except for validating tokens. But so this actually, all of this needs to come after this. Whoops. So, all of this we're gonna do every time, but at this specific path name, we're gonna get the form data, add the client secret, get the response from there. This needs to go above this. Actually, I think at this point, we can just return await. Because that's all we need here. Now, the other location that we need to proxy in order to have refreshing access tokens is the refreshing access tokens endpoint. Actually, it looks like this is the exact same. So it might only be this one endpoint, because it's OAuth2/token. So actually, yes, this is exactly the same. Because it's still a post request with the URL encoded body that we're adding a client secret to. So really, we can restructure this to optimize it a little bit. Because now, if the method is options, we're sending our options. Oops. Let me just do this. So I can paste this piece of code that I did earlier. So we parse our URL. If URL.pathname does not equal exactly this path, then we can send a 404, because we know that we don't need to check anything else. You are not in the right place. I think. Yeah. Let me Wrangler dev this real quick just to make sure that the error is rolled properly. Okay, yeah. So if I just get it, 404 not found. I make a request to OAuth/token. Huh? Oh no. OAuth2/token, is that what it is? There we go. Missing authentication header. Okay, so the errors are returning correctly. If this is the entire app, then I guess the next part is developing the JavaScript module that pairs with it for acquiring your tokens and plugging them into the popular JavaScript libraries for Twitch. Shall see. Now we're going to create say, what do I want to call this? Oh, you know what the problem is? No, that's not a problem necessarily. We'll say, call it token.mjs. Oh, actually, this has to be called .txt. So we're gonna add one more path to this. We're gonna say if URL.pathname is token.mjs, we're going to return response, the body of which is going to be import token tool from token.mjs.txt. It has to be a txt file for it to be imported as a plain text string. Need to take a shower for sure. Because otherwise it'll try to actually read, like, it'll try to initialize this module in the context of Node.js, which is not what we want it to do. This is a browser module. Token module. I have to change the content type header so that the browser will accept it. Text JavaScript. There we go. Oh wait, I did this wrong. There we go. /token.mjs will return the token thing. Now, what is the token thing? We're gonna say export default class which token. Sure, I guess. There's a specific API that we're implementing this from Twerple authentication, refreshing tokens. We'll implement the, where is it? Here we are, refreshing auth provider. We'll call this a refreshing token provider. We're just refreshing auth provider, it's fine. For the constructor, all that we need is your client ID, and what, your scopes, I guess? No, you would have gotten that earlier. I'm trying to think here. You would either provide a code or an initial token. If you're providing an initial token, it's going to be this right here. Trying to think how I want this to work here. Because the constructor could just accept the client ID, and then there could be separate methods for using a token with a code. Because like Twerple has the function exchange code. I think we'll do that. We'll take Twerple's approach to it. Oh yeah, we also need the redirect URI. By default, though, redirect URI is going to be location dot origin plus location dot path name. So by giving that default, we can have a method that sends the user to the authorization page. So we'll have, for example, redirect to page. There. Request authorization. Scopes. What that's going to do is actually because this isn't my preferred method of doing this is just the simple method is to redirect the current browser window to the authorization page. But the way that I've been doing it is to open a new tab at the authorization page and have that tab redirect to a different page that sends it back through browser APIs instead of having to reload the current page. But the question is, how would I actually achieve this? Because I need to keep the redirect URI unique to each app, because that is essentially the only thing that prevents any other app from pretending to be my app, at least in a web browser context. Why did the music stop? Hmm. Let me also check out the authorization code flow again. What do I need to know? Client ID, redirect URI. I need to know your scopes, but I can get that from the function. I would like to use the new tab version of this flow, but the new tab page would be exactly the same for every single thing. But I need the URL to be unique for every single thing. Makes things a little more difficult. I suppose. No, that wouldn't be tenable. How can I achieve this without having to do it super basic way? Maybe I'm being too concerned about this, actually. What I'm going to do here is, this is just going to be a simple that, and then it's a script. This is the whole entire page. All it's going to do is receive the response from this, which is going to be in the query string. So no matter what, it's query string based. So we say params equals new URL search params using location.search. Ba, ba, ba. Response just has code, scope, and state. So we say on our code page, if params.has redirect URI, then local storage.set item redirect _ URI. To params.get. Redirect _ URI. So we store the redirect URI, and then say params.set redirect _ URI to location.origin plus location.pathname. And then we say URL equals new. Oh. And then you search equals params. I'm gonna rename this to search params. Rename symbol. Location dot sign URL. So, if there's a redirect URI, we're going to store it, change it to our location, redirect you to that's my URL. And navigate to authorize. Yeah. Otherwise, we're going to say window we want opener dot post message search params and then close. Actually, instead of doing that, we'll say client ID. Because technically we don't really need the redirect UI, do we? What we're doing here is posting a message to the opener of this window. So we only need to set the redirect URI, assign the URL, and then when we come back, there won't be a client ID in the params anymore. We just send the params to our opener and end. If I'm not mistaken, that should work. Find out. Import.meta.url. There we go. So this little thing here will set our default redirect URI to this code.html. Actually, do we need to do that? I don't think we do. All we need to know is your client ID. Because the redirect URI is going to get built by this page. So when we request authorization, you're going to provide the client ID, which you've already done. We're going to provide the redirect URI, the response type. We're going to provide the scope. I also provide a state. How do I generate a random string in JavaScript? Apparently, HTML5 has a web crypto thing that will give you true randomness. This gives me an integer array, and I don't know what to do with those. The typed array. Okay, so what if I look up string to typed array? Well, this is all very complicated and confusing. If I'm making a library for this, I should probably use that system. But you know what? We'll worry about it another time. I just want something that works right now. ID, redirect URI, scope, response type. So you sent the client ID. I'm setting redirect URI. I'm setting response type. You have to set the scope. That'll come from the library. Application.assign URL. This should pretty much do it. Here, we need to const URL equals new URL of Code.html. Import dot meta mis huevos en tu boca. Bro. Let me not do capital URL on this. This is supposed to be lowercase URL. URL dot search params dot append. Oops. I'll start with client ID. The client underscore ID? Yeah. Am I in the wrong thing? I am. This dot client. Also come up here and say this dot client ID. URL dot search brands dot append scopes oops so client ID and scopes is all that we need because you're going to add the redirect URI and response type. Client ID, scope, redirect URI, response type. These two are both not required. That's fine. Then, open URL, link context. Scopes is either space delimited I will say that scopes can also be an array. And I'm going to say if scopes is an instance of array string. Is that loud? Whatever, I'll say array. Is that right? Yes, if array. Huh. So variable instance of array. Okay, so that works. Cool. Oh, look at that. It did some inference here. So if scopes instance of array, now we know that scopes is an array. So we have scope suggestions for methods. That's nice. Okay, so now you can also provide an array to this function will still request authorization correctly. Now in the index, we also need to add import code HTML from code.html. So if URL.path name is slash code.html, return to response code HTML. Now, and we can just leave the default values for the other stuff. Think. So, you create a refreshing auth provider as a constructor of the client ID. There you go. Request authorization with your scopes. Opens up the page. We register up here we go. Add event listener message. On message. Event. Oh wait, we need to do this out here, outside of the class. The event object has origin. If not event.origin same as import.meta.origin. Oh, it's a URL. There we go. If our origins do not match, return. The next thing we need to do is try console.debug. Oh, event dot data. Because we need to test it and see what this is actually going to return before I start writing the next part, because I'm not sure where that goes. Which means goes out of this. I need to grab a client ID and client secret to test this with. Go to my Twitch Live dashboard. Grab that. Not on my Twitch Live dashboard. What am I fucking talking about? My Twitch developer dashboard. I'm gonna use this one. Oh, in fact, you know what I'm actually gonna do is I'm gonna open up something where the secret has already been revealed. You know what? I'll go to GitHub. Grab it off there. Okay. So this is the ID. Put that into Cloudflare dashboard here. Put the client secret. Cloudflare dashboard as well. Add entry. And then do slash really. All right. Let's just fix that real quick then. Okay, now let's do some testing. Ba, ba, ba. Can't open the console in this browser, can I? Unfortunate. Alright, simple browser's not. Sucks. Gonna make sharing this with stream very annoying because you can see the code, but I wish there was some way I could just have OBS focus on whatever window I'm focused on, but oh, I can't spell. Import. There we go. Now we have imported that library. We can say const. Oh yeah. We'll do that. And then say auth with our client ID of this right here. Then say auth dot pressed authorization. Read. Oh yeah, so we have to actually for code.html here. We do in fact need to initialize headers. Say content dash type text slash HTML. What is this? Ah, I forgot to include a comma right here. It seems I made a mistake here. Missing response type. Actually, it looks like I'm missing fucking everything. So why did this not work? Try this. Oh, let me also add to the actual index here. Cache control. Fuck, let me look up what the cache control options are. No cache, I think, is the thing that I want. And private. There we go. Okay, so now I need to go to my developer dashboard for Twitch. And add ba, ba, ba. Code.html. Redirectorize must use HTTPS protocol. Save. I think it does specifically have to be, or the other thing I forgot about is you actually can't set the redirect URI in here. You have to do direct underscore URI equals and that, because for whatever reason Twitch does not actually want the redirect URI to be URL encoded, even though everything else is supposed to be URL encoded. That you just kind of have to figure out the hard fucking way. Ooh, 8787, I need to set the port. There we go. Okay, so I think, do is say dot replace this with localhost. Because Twitch will only allow me to use localhost, not the actual IP address. Yay, there we go, look at that. URL search params object could not be cloned. So, I about expected that. However, if I remember correctly, there's a way to convert search params to an object very easily. There we go. So we say object dot from entries. There we go. And now should have everything that we need. Work. So request authorization, that read. Now, did that work or did that not work? According to this, we actually received a message? I'm not totally sure. Something's going wrong now, because I'm using... Oh, and a sip from the sippy cup. Ugh. And a stretch. Damn, I cracked my back on that one. We're not receiving the message on this event listener like we had hoped that we would. I'm not totally sure what to do about that, to be honest. Should be opener.post message, and it posts the message. Let me temporarily take this out. For sure, for sure. Request authorization again. Opener.post message. Yes. Nothing. Why am I getting absolutely nothing? Is this not creating the event listener that I'm wanting it to? What have I done wrong here? There's some special case shit that I'm not attuning to here. What am I doing wrong here? Do I maybe need to move this up here? Let me try this. I specifically say window.add event listener. See if this will do what I want it to do. Nope. Did I do something wrong here? No, it definitely is reaching this block of code. So what's the fucking issue? I am posting a message. Yeah, it's opener.postMessage. That's the daters. What am I doing wrong? I don't think I understand. It. I don't fucking get it. I don't fucking get it. Rush the music. What have I done wrong here? What in the Samuel L. Jackson have I done wrong? Opener dot post message. Message. Over here, event listener. Message. On message. Event. Debug the event. Yet. Fuck all. No entiendo. No understando. The fuck am I doing wrong? It's here. It's here. Opener.post message object. Is opener not what I want? According to this fucking thing over here, it's window.opener.post message. Apparently this is a cross-origin problem. Doesn't seem right, though. I am not a furry today. That is correct, Mav. How are you doing, your hawk? I am doing a coding. I am a programmer today. Currently attempting to figure out why in the Samuel L. Jackson post message is not working. This is true. True. Okay, what does the post message function do? Safely enables cross-origin communication between window objects. Normally, scripts on different pages are allowed to access each other if and only if they share the same protocol, port number, and host. Post message provides a controlled mechanism to really circumvent this restriction if used properly. One window may obtain a reference to another via target window equals window.opener. And send a message event with target window.post message. Right. So wait, so oh, so do I specifically need to give like this right here? Is that the problem? I need to specify that anyone can receive it as long as they're the parent window. Reload. Aha! That was the issue. Suddenly an event is received. Okay, reload this page. So I import authorization, I initialize it with my client ID, then I request authorization. Then you should resolve, or aren't you resolving? If the origin does not so your origin is host 8787. Your origin is your origin technically is localhost. That's why I'm having problems. Hit that. Hit that. And then the promise is fulfilled. Ha ha ha! Fuck you and all your kids. Okay. So that's working. I did not realize that would essentially be required. But that being the case, what I now need to know is... We're not going to use reject, we can just resolve. Over here... Why didn't the scopes come in the way they should have? Because... we set the response type to code, got the URL, appended the search params, did this. But we got empty scopes back for some reason. Chat read. Why are we getting only chat read? Also, we can restore the close on this. Why are we not getting chat read, rather? Because over here, we said... Oh. You know what the problem is? The problem is that a string is technically an array. So when I said, if scopes is an array, join all of its things with the space, it's inserting a space between every letter of the string because the string is an array. So I'm just going to remove this. I'm going to not support the array split because causes me problems. Or actually, isn't it possible to... No, because then it'll... Yeah, that's not what I want, I don't think. Is it? I think that would rather work, actually. Let me look up JavaScript Variadic arguments. Variadic. Ha. There we go. So now, scopes equals scopes.join the space. So, if they provide a single string, it'll just be the string they provided. If they provide multiple strings, it'll join them. If they provide an array, it'll join them. I believe that should work. And in fact, we can say scopes.join for here instead. There we go. Another sip from the sippy cup. Alright. Now, if I've done this right, we can have you... Oh, you can go away. to reload this page. Three. 1, 2, 3. Nope, we still got empty scope. Why did we get empty scope? That's what I want to know. I'm gonna temporarily break this, so then I can actually see what it's sending. Actually, wait, I don't even need to do that, do I? I can just console.debug URL. Then it'll print it out here for me. You know, scopes equals chat read. Am I tripping? Is this not exactly what it wants me to do? Authorization code flow. Oh, it's scope, not scopes. That is in fact my problemo. Scope. 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 Skibbity boo bop. Scope. The scope. Reload this page. There we go. Now we have the scope chat read. Cool. So now that we have that, we can start looking at... Close out of all these extra Windows tabs that I have open. You can go away, you can go away, you can go away, you can go away. Go away. Okay. We want the function exchange code. Now what we're going to implement. Oh, you know what else we should do? We should make it reject if this rejects. So we'll say if code in event.data resolve event data, else reject event.data. There we go. Now let me test that one more time. I accidentally closed the page and I didn't mean to. Go. Awesome. Oh wait, I think, oh yeah, there it is. We also don't need to debug the URL anymore. Get rid of that. Okay.
We must make sure that you do not appear here again. Bailiff, wacky pee-pee.
Okay, so we have officially turned the authorization code flow, at least the user interfacing part of it, into a promise with resolve reject, this initiator and everything. So we have the code. Next, want to implement exchange code. Client ID, client secret code, redirect URL. So for exchanging the code, this is where we make a callback to our serverless function. Bum bum bum. We need to send the client ID, the client secret. We don't need to send the client secret, the server has that. Send the client ID, the code, grant type, redirect URI. That being the case, this URL right here is the redirect URI. Let me look up a static. Okay, so we can just say wait a second. Come up here, say static const static redirect underscore URI equals that href. Alright, well, redirect URI is this. If I do this, it'd also be private, right? Yeah, there we go. We only need to calculate this once. Wait, so how do I reference that? There we go. That is an incredibly cumbersome way of defining that. How about, instead of putting it in the class, just put it up here. You know? There's the same purpose, does everything we need it to. Constructor with the client ID, request authorization with scopes, then exchange code. How do we exchange code again? This is a post function. So, say probably just return fit. Oh, I should have another one, actually. Redirect URI and Proxy. Right. Slash auth2 slash token. Go. Code to HTML, auth2 token. Fetch proxy URI. Method is a post. Body. Does this endpoint also require that the redirect URI be... Actually, none of this actually needs to be URL encoded now that I'm looking at it. But we will take the same approach to it as we did before. New URL search params. And we'll say client ID is this dot client ID. We don't need client secret. Code is code. What a surprise. Grant underscore type is authorization underscore code. The body is search params dot toString plus and redirect underscore URI equals redirect URI. Oh no. It's redirect URI. There we go. Post that. Then put the response if the response is not okay, then throw a response. Otherwise, actually throw a response. text. Turn wait response dot JSON. No? So now it will either throw an error with the response text, or it will return an object containing the token data, which includes an access token, a refresh token, and a token type. Once we have that, we then need to worry about refreshing the token. Request authorization, exchange code, and what do I call this next method? Because it does two things. It will validate the token, and if the token is not valid, it will refresh the token. It will return valid token data. Or do I just make that two different functions? I think I'll just make them two separate functions. Because what I'll do, all of this other shit, all these functions, while they will be externally callable, none of these are part of the Twerple refreshing auth provider definition. So when Twerple calls get access token for user, buffer intent, whatever the fuck, I will call all of these other functions in the background to get what is needed. So like, you'll just call add user, for example. The intents are a Twerple specific thing, but oh, you can have a initial token too. I should probably. Hmm. The access token inspires it. The only thing that's added here is the obtainment timestamp. How many of these functions do I have to actually implement for it to work with what I wanted? Because their API covers more scenarios than my API needs to cover. I could just make a minimal implementation and worry about the other bullshit later. Let me just finish writing this validate token. Response is not okay from validation. Bro. Response dot JSON. Looks like the endpoint always returns JSON. Turn. Wait. Now what about authorization code? It doesn't tell me the failure state of like requesting with a code that's invalid. Let's test it. Let's see what happens, shall we? If I exchange code and I purposefully use a bad code, what response do I get? Wait, what? Did I fuck this up somehow? Lost 2 token, returned 401 and up. From where? We got missing authentication header. Oh, you know why? Because we're trying to get an authentication header. What we should be looking for is yeah, I'm stupid. I would never be doing that. This is for something else entirely. We don't need to use validation to get their client ID. We need to read the body. But if the request body doesn't have the client ID, then turn response and client ID. Status 401. Authorized. Okay. Now if I say exchange code, what happens? Why does that still say missing authentication header? That doesn't make any fucking sense. Oh, because this line I didn't get rid of enough lines here. Wow! That's a bunch of fucking HTML. Unrecognized content type header value. So I have to say, I have to set the content type? Or an exchange code, I have to specifically use a form data object, perhaps. I think what I'll do instead is There's content dash type. This right here. Invalid client secret. That's unexpected. Thought you'd say invalid code. How can my client secret possibly be invalid? It's literally the client secret that this other app is using. How could that be invalid? Hey, am I stupid? What's going on here, big dog? Yeah. What the fuck? So I'm saying big.get request body dot fine ID. Am I tripping here? What's going on? It is all there. Should be. What am I missing that this is not doing what I want it to do? Why did it say invalid client secret? What's up with that? Invalid client secret. That can't be right. I'm just gonna change this to also be JSON because turns out it will always respond JSON. Invalid client secret. That's crazy. May end up falling asleep. That's fine. Don't worry about it. Go to bed. Have a nap. I might end up falling asleep myself pretty soon here. I'm starting to get tired. About my bedtime. And I don't know why this isn't working. It's saying invalid client secret. But, I don't know how that's possible. Given that, it's only 10 minutes from 11, I need to stay up until like 8 p.m. Oof. That's rough. Rough. I'm going to have the server here. Do console.debug request body. See everything that is being. Hey yo. Okay, that's an empty form data. I know for a fact that's not what I should be saying. Say object dot from entries. Do that. Ah! I need to await this. That is my problem. There we go. That's a successful test of the full authorization flow. Now, I just need to pack it all into one function. I actually didn't know you had anything about furries, but I'm glad that you're over it. I may have forgotten if you told me something about that before. I have the memory of a goldfish. But since that's working, I can also copy object. Actually, no, just copy this and then say await auth dot validate token. If I do this, what do I receive? Aha! Información. Cool. I see. That is unfortunate. Strange that anyone would just send you shit out of the blue, but... regardless... Okay, so validate token worked correctly. Next, do refresh token. Score token. And API thing is for not revoking. Refreshing access tokens. What we'll do is go to so we hit the proxy URI. With client ID, client secret, grant type, and refresh token. Okay. This is another post, much like exchange code. We can honestly just take exchange code, paste it, make a few changes. This that out. Fresh underscore token. Then refresh token is fresh token. We don't need the redirect URI in this one. Go. Now we have the refresh token function. We can head back to the testing page. Yeah, no, I'm always here to be chill and stuff. Let's reload this. Is import client ID, request authorization for cat read, code, exchange, code for an access token, validate the token. Then we will refresh the token. Auth.refresh token. There we go, we got a new access token. Cool. So successful test of the refresh and validation. So I think we have built every function that we need to interface with the Twitch API in the token library. The next thing we need to do is add the functions for Twerple. I believe will be much simpler. Or they won't be. See. So, purple's refreshing auth provider has an on refresh and on refresh failure event. Event binder. Event binder. I don't even know. Ow. Now the question is, which of these does Tropel actually use internally, and which of these are meant for external use? Because ones that are meant for external use, I can just ignore, thanks. I wonder... There's a private read-only client ID, redirect URI. Client ID, client secret, redirect URI, user access tokens is a map. Wow, okay. This Torpal implementation is very complicado. I guess the question is... We need to implement the auth provider interface, but not necessarily all that other shit. Get these out of here, because I don't need those. So... we need to have the authorization type, client ID, those properties visible publicly, which we already have. Client ID. I'll have to set the authorization type. Get access token for intent for user any, and I'll just return. Oh wait, intent is optional. So the non-optional are token for user any token. Get scopes for user. Okay, and that can just be the scopes. So... actually, I can implement this. And then refresh access token for user is what I need for it to be a refreshing access token. I don't need to support the intent function. Okay, so auth provider doesn't define a what's it called? Constructor either. Client ID, and then auth now equals false. I'll say auth now equals true. If auth now, we will actually we'll say dot 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 scopes or scope. Scopes. If scopes well, I guess that depends on, let's see. Let me boolean an empty array. Empty array is true. If scopes dot length is greater than 0. Const let me rename this. Request auth code. Request auth code. Scope. Ooh, can a constructor be async? No. Okay. So, request auth code for the scopes. Then with that, request auth returns a thing. So say range code auth dot code dot what's next? Then token. Token will return access token. This dot access token token dot access token this dot refresh underscore token equals token dot refresh underscore token. Actually, here's what we'll do. Say this dot token equals token. And then, actually first, we'll say token dot, what do we need to add? Access token type includes the obtainment timestamp. Dot obtainment timestamp equals look up this get times date dot now. Okay. Obtainment timestamp equals date dot now. Access token expires in refresh token. Scope is array that's already there. User ID is already there. Only thing to do now is in the auth provider. This dot hashtag token equals token. Must be declared in a opposing class. What does that mean? Say this dot access token. I think that's how they did it in purple as well. So we include the obtainment timestamp and we have a Twerple compatible access token. That done. You just need to add this dot authorization type equals token dot token underscore type. Client ID. Oh, we already have client ID. Get access token for user. I suppose it wouldn't be too hard to make this multi-user, would it? If I just stored... If I used a map, like they do. Ba-ba-bum. Oh, fuck it. If user does not equal access token dot user, what is it? Ooh, I don't have that without validation, do I? With the validation, the user ID.
どこまでも続くような青の季節は四つ並ぶこの子の前を遮るものは何もないアスファルト寂しくれを反射して君という沈黙が聞こえなくなるこの日々が色あせる僕と違う君の匂いを知ってしまっても置き忘れてきた永遠の
Validation dot
今でも
user underscore ID. Get access token for user. That return. Returns an access token with user. Get any access token. Same thing. Scope set. That. For user as user and scope sets. So scope sets is... Fuck is that? I don't even know. Is that an array of string arrays? Here's what I'm gonna do. Get current scopes for user. Again, mostly the same, except not. Oh. Sorry if you guys heard that, I just smacked my mic. Refresh. Access token for user. There's a promise for an access token with user ID. We'll do get access token, get any access token. These are both async. However, see if I actually need to make them async. Do fresh token. Access token dot access or dot fresh underscore token. And that returns that object. I think the question is, are we going to store the access token using the token auth provider here? Oh. is I could use local forage in this part up here to make it so that if you initialize with scopes, then you don't have to call any of the rest of these methods. Just initialize the auth provider. It will request authorization, do everything else on its own, or something else. I think yes. To be honest, I think yes. Let me add a function that will be life a little easier here. Okay. Uh, access token there. So basically what we're gonna do here is this share here. We add the obtainment timestamp. Yeah. So we say let me rename this. Go. So, let me start the music back up again. It loves to work. There we go. Do Twerple, and down here, Okay. So now we've said, I think now we've implemented everything we need to implement. Fresh access token for user. Not equal to this access token user. User. Fresh token. Then to Torple. To Torple will store the token with the timestamp and the user ID, and then return the entire token. Four hours. I've gone 12 hours. I do this a lot. But I think I have successfully built a Twerple compatible auth provider. So the next thing I need to do is make it compatible with Twitch.js. Straight jacket? Nah. Twitch. Go. Auto refreshing token. What does your access token class look like? Hold on, let me go to the JS deliver. I put in Twerple. There's Twerple auth TMI. I look up Twitch.js, Twitch-js. Wait, is it? Hold on, if I go to Discord, actually, I'm in the Twitch API thing, and for JS, oh, they don't even have Twitch.js in here. They have TMI and they have Twerple, and that's it. So Twitch.js by D. Fisher. Definitely looking for Twitch.js. Huh. Oh, it's literally just called Twitch on here, apparently. Well, looks like I'll just be using the Torple interface, I guess. But with that taken care of, let me define this before the constructor, just in case the order of this matters. I don't think it does, but better safe than sorry. So, class single user refreshing auth provider. Includes to Torple from token. Constructor, which has the client ID and optionally scopes. Best auth code with scopes, exchange code, validate token, refresh token, and purple functions. It really won't take that much more work to make this multi-user, will it? If I just do bag access tokens bold set to Torple authorization type is not required, so I don't have to do that. I need the client ID, which I already have. The functions that I implemented below. Uh, you know what I need? I need this to be this. The access tokens validation dot underscore equals token. To Torple will take the token, add the attainment timestamp, validate the token. Actually, we'll do this here, so that we're closer to our actual thing. Sorry, what did you say? Need to leave before I start getting into breeding mode? Damn. For sure. I'm probably gonna get off pretty soon because I'm almost done implementing this whole thing here. I'll test it when I wake up or tomorrow or something. Music, stop fucking turning off. Obtainment timestamp equals now. Your ID equals that. This tokens. E. This token. And return token. So then down here, whenever you ask for get access token for user, I find what theirs will return. A refreshing auth provider. I call get access token for user. It can return null. So I can literally just say return access tokens user. Oh, I guess the idea is that even a single user can have multiple tokens that have different scopes. That would also make sense. Okay, so how do I achieve that? That's a whole fucking complicated ass thing. How did you achieve it? Let's see. So you had a map that contained string and access token with user ID. I don't know what this means. This is TypeScript definition. So do I really have to have get access token for user? I do. Purchase a token for the given user. They should automatically request a new token when the current token is not authorized to use the requested scopes. When implementing this, you should not do anything major when no scopes are requested. Cache token should be valid for that unless you know exactly what you're doing. Okay, so the idea is Let me double check the functions of everything I need to implement. I need for user, any token, and scopes for user is easy. I think scope sets, I don't know what's up with that. What is the fuck does that mean? TypeScript definitions are wild. So it's an array of string arrays. Okay, so if I say scope sets is an array of string arrays, and just a dot dot dot. I don't know, it has to be. So, this token equals this dot access tokens user. Or scopes of scope sets, or scopes is going to be an empty array for now. Actually, no. Scopes equals new set. Did I say new set string? Is that valid? Alright. Scopes is a new set. For const scope of scope. If scope scopes will start with token dot scope. Is that what the fucking thing is called? Hold on. Reference. Access token with user ID. What is specifically it's called scope, yeah. Yes, scope in dot scope. Say if it is not token scope.
As the stars start to align, I hope you take it down.
Oh wait, there's a problem here.
That you'll be okay.
Problem here. Okay, so how am I gonna do this? I just need to check that scope sets don't have any scopes that aren't already in the scopes. God damn. Such a complicated fucking structure. Why? I did this. Said bring. I said that. What are you? The 2D array. Start with that. Say for scope set of scope sets, and then for const scope set scopes dot add scope. Then for scope const scope of scopes. If scope in token.scope except if it's not in there, then request auth code. Oops. We'll say scopes. Then utorple. Actually, I can just say utorple. It'll automatically pass the parameter that way. Break. Return. Don't do that. Return token. So now they get access token for user. Don't have the requested scope. That. Get any access token. We'll just turn access tokens. There. So every method that returns an access token should essentially be checking if the token is valid. In the refreshing auth provider, they have fresh access token for user. Huh. Where did I see auth provider? Get access token for user. This should automatically request a new token when the current token is not authorized to use the requested scopes. So I don't have to refresh the token, it just fetches a token. If not token turn null. There we go. Actually, what we should do is move this down, basically. So first, we'll gather the scopes. Then the token equals that. So we gather scopes first. Then say, if no token request auth code and then 2 tuples. The same thing we do up here, isn't it? Oh no, it's not. like a 3-step process. Constructor. Wait, does 2 triple need to be async? I think it does. Actually, I think what we need to do is make get access token for user scopes equals new set. If no token, access token for user 0 scopes, and then get access token for user. Because 0 will always return nobody. No token. Then we will return new one. No, it still needs to be its own function. Music, stop turning off. Okay, so on the constructor, if they just pass the client ID, that's all we do. If they also pass scopes, then we get access token for scopes. And get access to scopes, we request the auth code, and all the way down, saving the tuple access token with user ID and then returning it. Get access token for user. Start by checking if we have a stored token with all the information. If we don't, click scopes, get the token. If there's no token, get a token for those scopes. Otherwise, check that we have all the scopes, and if we do, return the token. If we don't have any of them, add the existing scopes to our scope list, and then return the token with all the collected scopes. Now, the only part left to do is implement the local storage part. Question is, when do we read and write the tokens? If we use getAnyAccess token as the read point, that might be feasible. Ooh, this is becoming a complicated web of bullshit. Hopefully when I'm done, I'll never have to fucking deal with this again. Anyways, I need to take a shit. I'm gonna go to sleep. Fuck out of here. We're gonna find someone to raid. Go do that. See who else is live right now. Melon is playing Overwatch. Go raid them. There we go. Here is the raid message. You can go ahead and copy the first one. Add on whatever emotes you've got to the end of that. Use my Sugoyamadas because they're my favorite. That's what my raid message is going to be. You guys can make your own or copy that one. Make sure that when we get there, you click on their profile and then click back onto their stream so that your views actually count. But other than that, thank you all so much for showing up, and I will see you all next time. Peace out.
と違う君の匂いを知ってしまっても置き忘れてきた永遠のそこに今でも青が澄んでいる今でも青は澄んでいるどんな祈りも言葉も近づけるのに届かなかったまるで静かな恋のような頬を伝った夏のような色の中中央の言葉がずっと喉の奥に使ってるまた会えるよねって声にならない声昼下げり地がつく風の季節は思いはずるまだ何ものでもなかった僕らの焦燥何もかも分かち合えたはずだったあの日から少しずつ君と違う僕という呪いが太っていく君の笑顔の奥の憂いを見落としたこと悔やみ尽くして